Hello there. Hi. Welcome in. Welcome back. Welcome to this, the 9th of March, 2026. Hopefully you're doing well today. We are a little late today, but we are here nonetheless. Tonight we're going to be trying another different game out. I was kind of debating on whether we wanted to do more Citizen Sleeper or not. We probably will go back to that and try to finish that up, or at least see what else that has to offer. But I wanted to try out another game. This one's more of a puzzle game. I mean, it is a puzzle game called the Talos Principle. It came out in 2014, so it's been out for a little while. Over a decade, actually. So we're gonna check it out. It's kind of a it's supposed to be like a philosophy, like story meets a puzzle game. I don't know too much about it. I've seen some gameplay. There are two of these games. There's Talos Principle and Talos Principle 2. We'll be checking out the first one. Um, but yeah, so we're gonna check this out tonight. I did finally, thanks to Steam, it looks like we did get confirmation that the game plans to unlock for Fatal Frame 2 one day, 21 hours, which means Wednesday night. So Wednesday night, we will be starting Fatal Frame 2 Crimson Butterfly. So that should be 21 hours, so that's 1 hour from now, essentially, which would be midnight, essentially. So midnight on Wednesday, we should be starting our playthrough of Fatal Frame 2 Crimson Butterfly Remake. That will be that. So we do have today and tomorrow to check out some stuff. That will be what we'll be doing for the next couple of days. So basically, now that we have that, according to the Steam page, there was also a preload. So if you bought the game, at least on Steam, you can preload it. I don't know about consoles or anything like that. But yeah, so you can preload the game. And I have already done so, so it will be ready to go for us when we can play that. So now, plan. Today, tomorrow, stream's going to be Talos Principle. Maybe we'll go back to Citizen Sleeper tomorrow. Maybe we'll play more Talos Principle. It kind of just depends. Starting Wednesday, Fatal Frame 2 Remake. We'll play that until we complete it. Then after we're done with Fatal Frame 2 Remake, we're going to go back to our Clock Tower playthrough, finish that. Once we're done with the Clock Tower playthrough, we're going to begin our rotation of Friends Favorite Retro, and probably finishing up the games that we started. So Citizen Sleeper, maybe, if we like Talos Principle, maybe do finishing up Talos Principle, and then maybe even check out, if we like it enough, check out Talos Principle 2. We'll rotate those. I do have other horror games we'll be checking out in rotation with Friends Favorite Retro. So that'll be that. Again, Last Epoch will be dropping a new League patch, whatever, at the end of the month, March 26th. So we might check that out. So we will see. Yeah. So. That is what's going to be the plan. I think that basically sets our structure. Of course, all of this, like I said, subject to change as as I see doctors and deal with my medical stuff. But I will try my best to stick to that as what we will be doing in that order. As for like what days we'll be doing that will be kind of in a cycle of how I'm feeling and stuff. So we might have to take days off to rest and recuperate, but as it stands, that is the order in which we'll be doing stuff. So Fatal Frame, Clock Tower, Friends Favorite Retro, rotating with a horror game until we get through that stuff. After we get through Friends Favorite Retro, we'll be rotating some other retro thing, and the horror game, of course, will be continuously changing as we beat stuff. However, that horror game might also be something like Talos Principle, which is not a horror game, by the way. It is just a puzzle puzzle games. As far as I know, there might be a horror in it. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out tonight. See if there's anything horror adjacent. I don't think it's horror. I think it's just supposed to be like philosophy and puzzles. But we will see. That is what we're going to be playing tonight. So that is what's going to be coming up this month into next month. Again, Last Epoch is going to be having a update. I have not really played it since release, so we might check it out. We might not. We'll see where it goes and how it goes. And then Diablo 4 is supposed to have an update next month. I don't know if we'll play that, to be honest, because playing it right now was not super fun. And then I think next month we're also supposed to get kind of an announcement of what's going to be happening with Path of Exile 2, so there might be some more of that. Obviously, we'll be getting back to the Division 2 with Leave and Void sometime within the next few weeks, whenever our schedules allow, obviously. So we'll keep you updated on that when we start that back up and everything. But yeah, so I think that is roughly everything that is going to be going on in the coming weeks. And of course, I'll keep you posted on the health stuff as it affects the stream. So, but let me just make sure everything is still working properly. Looks good. Alright, just gotta make sure like YouTube and everything is running. Hello, YouTube. Alright, looks good. Alright, let's see. Turn off our music. And let's get the Talos principle going, shall we? Again, I have not played this before. This will be as many things a first playthrough. So that is very loud. Exceptionally loud. Jesus Christ. Motion sickness. Mouse sensitivity. View bobbing. Off. Preferred view. Oh, interesting. You can change your view. That's actually really nice. Player speed is fine. Preventatives for motion sickness. Okay. I would really like audio settings, sound options. Okay. I'm gonna have to turn that down myself. Okay. Game options. Subtitles on. Show crosshair. We'll keep it first person. Terminal font size. Let's make it large. View bobbing is off. Player speed is medium. Elohim. Voice. Okay. Graphic options. VSync on. Okay. Yes. Performance. Okay. Max FPS, limit that to 60. Clearbot aspect ratio. Okay. Might have to adjust that. Alright. Talos Principle. New game. Alright, let's get started here. Initializing firmware. Firmware functional. Loading child program. Parameters. System check pass. Starting child process. Ready. A sun. Okay. Okay, that is super sensitive. Okay. Game options, no. Motion sickness. Mouse sensitivity. Drop that down to, let's say, 70? That's still really fast. Okay.
Behold, child, you are risen from the dust, and you walk in my garden.
Okay, this graphics options still looks kinda awful.
Hear now my voice, and know that I am your maker, and I am called Elohim. Seek me in my temple, if you are worthy.
Okay. Why do the graphics look so... Oh. Guess that's better. Initiating child program logic check. Okay, we can't get through that. Take jammer. Jam. Ah, complex task management. Okay. Okay. Or do we need to use that for other stuff? Okay. Very fast. Child program basic calibration successful. I don't think that's friendly. Take jammer. Jam. Spatial awareness. Okay. Predictive capacity. Okay. Alright.
All across this land, I have created trials for you to overcome.
Sigils.
And within each, I have...
Hey Void, how you doing? Hidden sigil. Oh, so he's still
hidden a sigil.
Hold on. Still talking to us.
It is your purpose to seek these sigils, for thus you will serve the generations to come and attain eternal life.
How's it going? It's going alright. How about you? Okay, are there gonna be hidden things that we need to do, or... Okay, we need green piece and yellow L piece. Had dinner, already feeling tired. Nice. What'd you have for dinner? Finally Friday, yeah. Alright, let's go this way. Peephole. Hawaiian Bros, nice. Okay, so jammer. Ah, we can't take that there. We can jam that. Oh, I see. We can jam that, so we can take this jammer out to jam that. Oh. And then mini shift bit at work, so hopefully you get a better schedule soon. Nice.
You will not need this sigil to open the gate to my temple, but it may serve you in times to come.
Ah, okay. So some things are extra. Good to know. Well, I hope you get something that you like and something that's helpful. Only the two of us. Okay. Okay, so we can't go through here. We need to grab that. Aha. It's not guaranteed, just had to rank my choice 6 schedules. If they're free, give my turn. Okay, obviously we jam that. Jam that. Jam that. Grab that one.
The shapes you are collecting are not mere toys. They are the sigils of our name. Each brings you closer to eternity.
Same schedule? Yeah. Yeah, my brother-in-law worked in a place like that where you would make schedule bids and stuff like that, so I kind of understand how it works. Okay, let's go this way. A switch out of reach. Guessing it means that one. Hoping for a 9 to 6 again. Be able to get 3 days off. 10-hour shift would be cool. 9 to 6 in the morning, or... Okay. We got a orb thing there. And now we use this, which I'm guessing turns off the turret. Yeah, okay. Now we can use this to jam you. We're just going to give us enough time to eat, get things done,
Only
relax
one
for
more
the stream.
sigil
Yeah.
is needed.
I'm guessing we can't take these like through here or anything, right? Yeah, okay. Getting out at 9 has been nice since I could stay up later, but I can't do as much. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we need that one. What is this one? Oh, they're the same thing. Striding the beaten path. Get it earlier and mean more opportunities to stream. Yeah. Yeah, I noticed like when I shouted you out, it said you hadn't done anything since Division. And I was like, man, that sucks. Because I know you wanted to stream more as part of like the schedule thing. Oh, what? Okay. First death, I guess. I did not realize that's how those guys work.
The guardians of this land may harm you, but do not resent them, for they are my servants, and they challenge you only so that your faith might be strengthened.
I need to jam that. Okay. I can't jam through these gates or these fences. Oh, I see. I see. He's bouncing off that wall. We can trap him in there. That's what I was missing. We can trap that guy in there by opening it up. That's what I was missing. Streamer days, I'll put him busy, tired. Yeah, that was the problem I had when I was working my last job. I was like, man, I would love to stream, but I just get home and I'm just so tired.
My temple awaits you, child. Go forth.
Okay. I want to do this one. I don't know what getting an extra one gets you, but outnumbered.
My child, you do not need to collect all sigils at once. You are free to return to this place whenever you choose.
Too bad. I'm doing it now. Fight me.
You are most diligent. Perhaps this trait will serve you well in times to come.
Hey, Games Life. How you doing today? Tired of wearing a headset, honestly. Yeah. Have you tried wearing like in the ear headphones, like for streaming and stuff? Playing Minecraft. Nice. How are you doing, Game Slave? Hopefully you're doing well. Wear one for work, then if I stream, play games. You want the ones that don't go in your... Oh, the ones that, like, the... what do they call it? The conductive ones? The ones that, like, sit, like, on the ear, but, like, rest in the ear? Not... You know what I'm saying? Like, they're inside, but not in. The bone conductive ones. I've been seeing a lot of people, like, move to those. So people seem to like those a lot. I've been thinking about like looking into different headphones myself. I don't mind wearing over the ear or in the ear. Like the only problem I have with in the ear is sometimes my ear like starts to get like itchy. Okay. Oh. Oh, is it telling me what I need to do to... Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Not those. Those seem cool. It makes some that hang over your ear and just seems like a tiny speaker. Okay. This game is still super loud, dude. Get some more animal credit from work. I should order some. Yeah. I was thinking about getting like the one I was saying, the bone conductive one. Loading library session. Mounting local disks. 47 distributed resources found. Error. Network inaccessible. Milton Library Assistant. MLA unresponsive. Hello world. Help for list of commands. Directory. What's this? That's the... Hi. Help. These look thinner. The ones that are now look like giant ear cannon. Yeah, the huge like cans on the side. Those seem wild. Oh yeah, the bone conductive one. I mean, we've had bone conductive like headphones for a while. It's just they're becoming more consumer friendly. List. Welcome.eml. Nadia Sarabai? Alexandra Drennan, welcome to the team. Hi again. I'm sorry if this was a little odd at the meeting. I know you were nervous, but the truth is that so was I. This may be hard to believe, but you intimidate me. You're so young and you already accomplished so much. The situation wasn't so grim. I might even be jealous. There's also something I wanted to clarify. I realize that, nominally speaking, I'm head researcher here, but this is your project and everyone will respect that. And yes, I know you're not used to working like this, but as of today, you're in charge. No pressure. Gee. What is this supposed to be? Is that supposed to be a face or something? I don't know what that represents. Let's do this, Nadia. Athena 6. Athena in the Garden of Hesperides. Did not trust them, but they moved with such grace, such nobility, that it was hard not to follow them further into the strange garden of gears and cogs. They led her to the place where the crowns of the brass trees seemed to grow together, forming a kind of chamber strangely reminiscent of a chapel. In the middle of this chamber grew a smaller tree, made of bright blue steel, and upon this tree grew a single golden apple. This apple, the nymphs said in unison, their eyes aglow, confers the gift of deathlessness and true wisdom. Many heroes, and not a few villains, have come to claim it. But all faltered in the final step, for you must know that deathlessness reveals the mortality of the world, and true wisdom its unending folly. Who would take this burden upon themselves? Some say that Heracles... blah blah blah. Should just, I guess this is supposed to be like something failing to load. Gazing upon the stars and wept. Figure it out.eml. Okay, so these are emails. That's what this is. .eml is probably emails, and then this is text files. Okay, from somebody to somebody. The way I see it, the world doesn't come with a manual. You gotta figure it out for yourself. A bit here, a bit there. And put it together, try to make sense of it. I'm pretty sure there is a truth, but that doesn't mean everyone who claims to know really does. Then again, that doesn't have to be a bad thing. We live in an amazing world, and searching for the truth can be a real adventure. Plus, it's good for the brain. Anyway, just some rambling thoughts from your old man. Don't let this stuff get you down. You're young, you've got loads of time to figure it all out. Love, Dad. Okay. Run MLA. This is gonna break, right? Hello, guest. Your query. Do you understand what I'm saying? Understand is a strong way to put it, but yes. What was the first word of the last sentence you wrote? I'm sorry, I'm only able to process and respond to basic subject, verb, object syntax. Interesting. Hey, leave. Playing... Oh, Resident Evil 3, nice. Yeah, I saw you were getting through that last night. Describe your functions. Primarily sort classified data in the library archive. Secondarily, facilitates user interaction with library sources via an intuitive human language interface. Also provides powerful networking and troubleshooting functions. What are these terminals? Provide access to the library resource archive. How long has this system been running? For 999 years. Okay, so there's an exponential for a very long time. What's the current status of the library archive? There are 47 million resource archive, taking up 5.4212750 petabytes of disk space. That's a lot. Approximately the size of 30 billion photos, 7 million minutes of HD video, the entire internet in 2003. Corrupted or invalid. There are 10.69, nice, 54,751 gigabytes of uncorrupted resources are indexed. What caused the data corruption? Data corruption is inevitable in any system over time. Additionally, a large number of inconsistencies were detected during sorting, leading to a greater than average data invalidation. How old are the library archives? Library publishing dates from 1st of July 1995 to the 27th of June 2030F. Can you respond to queries on the outside world? Knowledge is limited to the data library archive. You can ask about other topics. My responses are limited. Who is Elohim? Elohim is a noun for God, or gods, in modern and ancient Hebrew. Yeah, I guess that is technically true. What am I? You are logged in with a guest account. Cute. Cute. That's not what we asked. That is not what we asked. Where am I? You're currently in a support session with the MLA Human Library Archive. That is also not what we asked. Okay. Tab to access. Okay, so as we get more text stuff, there's a very bright light over there. Guessing this is supposed to be the temple? Okay. There's a line that way. And a thing that way.
Step into the light, child, and my temple will be revealed to you.
I want to. There's stuff over here. Poking a sleeping lion. Okay. Trio Bombasticus. Hoping maybe we could... Can we take these things, like, and use them elsewhere? Okay. Poking a sleeping lion. Oh, hold on. Sneaky. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Okay. Anything else around here? Hold on. No. It says there's a star? What does the star mean? Am I supposed to know what the star means? What does the star mean? The little star icon. It's not on any of the signs. Huh. I don't know, maybe we'll get introduced to that at some point. Just, Jesus Christ.
You walk now upon the stones of
Yeah, it's on
my
this sign
temple,
too.
whence many gates lead. And know that I have other temples, for my garden is greater than your eye can encompass. And all these worlds I made for you.
Uh-huh. Ah. Okay. And what are these? Are these the... Okay. And then we can get a... whatever that is. Got it. Alright.
Let this be our covenant. These worlds are yours, and you are free to walk amongst them and subdue them. But the great tower, there you may not go. For in the day that you do, you shall surely die.
Ah. So the Great Tower will kill us. Good. Good to know. Alright, we've got another computer here. List. Communications portal. Yes, troubleshooter. Is there something you'd like help with? Milton Library Assistant. Troubleshooting. I think troubleshooting access most common network problems is holding insignificant privileges. Enter admin password. God. Let me in. Let me in. No. Admin. Login aboard. Too many failed attempts. Would you like to create a new admin account? Yes. Please take a moment to prove you are not a bot. You will now be asked for a series of inputs. To cohere the data protection legislation, consent you have a response. Develop immediately. Raw response data profile will only be available to administrators. Generating certificate. Part 1 for user input. Complete and answer quickly and instinctively. Time is a factor in the assessment. Begin. Yes. 3, 2, 1. There's a subject reaction of the image. Face. What describes a person? A human being. You're walking through the desert, come across a thirsty traveler. His eyes bulge, slow dehydration. You have water, but you're not sure how far it is the next offer half of water. Now complete. Notification part 2 is generated. Press. Here we go. Ian.email. Frank Nagati to Miles and Dan. First day of the Institute for Applied Nomadics. On the way to work, I'm terrified. What if they don't like me? What if they're all geniuses and I'm a complete buffoon? Maybe they were just kidding about letting me work there. Trembling, I walk in. Right at the entrance, there's a life-size poster of Jeff Goldblum. What the hell? Then I get it. Institute for Applied Nomadics. Ian. Dr. Ian Malcolm from Jurassic Park movies. Jeff Goldblum. Dr. Sarabai shows up smiling. We were trying to find a cool acronym back when Institute was founded, she says. Anon. IAPN. Yeah, it sounded stupid and we didn't want to just call it Ian because, well, that's a name. Then someone jokingly called it Jeff, and it kind of stuck. So we're officially called Ian. But if you hear anyone referring to Jeff, that's our internal name, I guess. I know. Bloody geeks. After that conversation, I wasn't so scared anymore. By the way, this, what he's talking about right here, What if a complete buffoon? This, that's called imposter syndrome. This exact thing happened to Albert Einstein. In an interview, he talked about he went to a kind of like a convention for mathematicians. He had this exact feeling when he was going to the convention. Albert Einstein. He was like, "What if they realize that I'm a fraud?" He had that exact feeling. That's called imposter syndrome. So, Athena analysis, HTML. User adds 4 notes. Novel first sentence. She woke up in an impossible place, knowing nothing. Signifies more than the beginning of another amnesia-based mystery, though we should not go as far as to read the entire work as allegory. Rather, while taking the science-fictional novus as core of the narrative at face value, we should... something at the end of the paragraph. Having no inherent knowledge of the nature of the world, forced to rely on what we're told by others and what our own subjective, flawed, limited senses tell us. Social reality and objective reality come into conflict, belief and matter. But in Chapter 16, A Second Awakening in the Kingdom Artemis, the protagonist questions her mentor on a more meaningful interpretation can only be achieved through synthesis of... Okay. Talos principle. Stratton of Stygia. Or, yeah, Stygia? Stygia? I don't know. Whether it is true that Daedalus constructed the giant Talos, or as others say, he was a creation of Hephaestus, what we may be certain of is that he was made of bronze, and had but one vein, within which flowed a liquid substance like blood, which some claim was quicksilver, and others assert was ichor, such as flows in the veins of gods. The loss of that liquid caused him to die, as a man dies when he loses his blood. May we not then say that Talos, though creation as a machine or a toy, had all the essential properties of a man? He moved of his own volition, he spoke and could be spoken to, had wishes and desires. Indeed, the tale of the Argonauts, that was the cause of his downfall. If, then, a machine may have all the properties of a man and act as a man, while driven only by the ingenious plan of its construction and the interaction of its materials according to the principles of nature, then does it not follow that a man may also be seen as a machine? This contradicts all the schools of metaphysics, yet even the most faithful philosopher cannot live without his blood. Yeah. Anyways. Okay. So there, this sign also has that star symbol. Interesting. Okay. Ah. Yep. Oh, can those not... Oh, those interact with each other, but not how I thought they would.
Good. You are learning, as is your purpose. But your choices must be your own. Therefore, I will not guide you, unless it is necessary.
So, I'm trying to see if maybe we can, like, set this up to, like, block something else, like outside of the level, to maybe access the star. I don't know if it'll tell us where the star is. I don't even know what I'm looking for. There's a sign here. Hello?
When I was a little girl, one of our teachers, Mrs. Higgins, told us to make a time capsule. Write letters to the future so one day we could remember what it was like to be children. I thought it was stupid, so I didn't do it, which I really regret. So, I guess I'm gonna make one now. Bury it in the archive instead of under a tree. I don't know if anybody will ever find it, but somehow it seems important to keep talking, to keep thinking, for as long as I can.
Okay. Do I actually need to scan this QR code? There are secrets everywhere. Sometimes within your very own words. Glimpse them, but eyes cannot read. Hold on. I glimpse them, but my eyes cannot read. How can this be? Interesting. Error.log. That day I oft remember when from sleep I first awaked and found myself reposed under a shade on flowers, much wandering where, and what I was whence thither brought and how, unknown error. Human machine. Topic 3. One day you discover that you are not a human being, but a machine. Your life so far was real. No one controlled you or programmed you to behave in a specific way. Your physical and mental capacities are identical to those of an organic human being, but you were created in a lab. No one except you knows about this. Your family, your friends, they all think that you are a regular human being like themselves. You could continue to live your life the way you have before and nothing would change. How would you react? Pay specific attention to these questions. Does your concept of self change? Are you the same person you thought you were? Does your understanding of the world itself change? Do you reveal this information to others, or do you keep it to yourself? Why? 1,500 to 2,000 words. The 26th is the final deadline. No extensions will be granted. Submit via email or... Yeah, so this is obviously the philosophical discussion that they're going to have probably throughout this entire game, is like, how do you define a person? Which, if you've not seen Blade Runner, this is essentially the entire conceit of the movie Blade Runner, because in Blade Runner there are people, if you want to cut the hair of defining them as people or not people, which again is the conceit of the movie, called replicants, and the replicants of the movie are trying to find a way to live longer than, supposedly they can only live for 4 years and then they get shut down, because their bodies shut down after 4 years, and they're trying to figure a way to stop that. Which gets into the philosophical discussion of, if you could meet your maker, and ask them why you live a certain amount of time and all of that stuff. It's basically the discussion of, like, how close to being a human do you have to be until you are a human, right? And that's basically the entire conceit of Blade Runner. The original Blade Runner, not I haven't seen the new one, the 2049 or whatever. But the original Blade Runner that came out, that's what replicants represent. It's like how many parts of the body can you change to be human like until a replicant is a human, until they have the same rights or they're treated the same way as a person. ARG Solutions. Bob Rakowski to 108 recipients. Wow. All these calm people are driving me mad. Have they all suddenly turned into Buddha or something? I didn't know the world had such reserves of serenity. Though these latter-day Guatmas are at least being somewhat realistic, you know that's even worse. What's even worse? Paranoid nutters who are building bunkers and collecting guns. What are they gonna do? Shoot? I don't know what that's supposed to be. Though I have to admit, overall response has been much better than I ever anticipated, to the point where it might be moved to beauty of humanity if it wasn't such a grumpy old fart. This minority of total idiots is really messing up my final days. Anyway, the reason I'm writing this is because I refuse to believe the scenarios with absolutely no solutions. If we all put our heads together and figure something out, it'll be crazy. But crazy is better than dead. Crazy is what we do best on this planet. Ain't that the truth? But technically, like, that kind of discussion of like replacing, like, how many parts can you replace of a being until it's no longer that being, you know, whatever. It's kind of an evolution of the basic philosophical argument of Theseus's ship, which is very, very basic philosophy. Theseus's ship is the idea of Theseus has a ship. He sails out to sea. He comes back for repairs. His ship is repaired. Some boards are removed and new ones are placed. If he does enough of those types of trips, eventually his entire ship will be replaced with new boards. Once that has occurred, once his ship has been replaced with new boards, is that still Theseus's ship? Right? Because it's technically all new boards. So, which is, you know, the philosophical discussion of like how you define a thing. Guards must be crazy. Okay, so he bounces off of that. So, now I will say I am I am no philosopher, and there are definitely people that are much better at having those discussions than myself, but so if you want that kind of stuff, obviously, I would definitely refer to someone who at least has a lot more understanding of philosophy than I do. That's interesting. Not sure, again, I'm not sure what the star represents. Supposed to be something in the sky, or? Oh, there it is right there. Okay, so this is the star. We need some way to shut that off. All of windows, okay. Where is the next thing I have to jam? Oh, it's over here. So how do I... Ah! Why did that static for a second, I wonder? Can I... Hold on, can I grab things through windows? Have we tried that before? So like if I do like this... No, it can't. Okay. Oh, it's over there. Okay. Okay, I see what I gotta do. I gotta jam this. And then I gotta jam this. And then I gotta do this to that door. And then this to that door. To grab this. But this keeps staticking over here. I guess that's just part of the game. Okay, so how do I unjam this? Can I get a jammer out of one of these areas? Oh, not that way. Is that a possibility? Can I get a jammer out of an area? No, can't jump up there. I can't grab it through there. Door is locked. All the windows. This is where we just came from. Okay, so stars are little hidden things in the level. So we know where this one is, we just don't know how to get it. I need to get like a jammer or something for that. We got everything here? We have. Except the star. So if that's what the star is, let's go back to that first level and see if we can find that star. It also says A. What is A? Okay. Okay, so that doesn't go like that. Okay. So let's see if we can find the star here. Now that we know kind of what we're looking for. The only question I have is, can it be hidden within the levels? Part 2 of certification program. Ah, okay. Some of your outlier responses to the previous round. Series of statements. Okay. Yes. Since all human beings are persons, some of the human beings have psychological capacity similar to animals. Some animals are therefore persons. Oh, interesting. Broadly disagree. Person is under no authority other than that to which they consent. Ooh, interesting. A person is under no authority other than that to which they consent. Yikes. This is a rough one, because this is funny, because like this is exactly why discussions have nuance. This is why you don't argue on the internet, by the way, because this has nuance to it. Because these both have issues with the agree or disagree. Is under no authority other than that to which they consent. Under no authority than that which they consent. Let's agree. Quality of life of persons ought to be maximized. Agree. Value is discovered. Yeah, I would agree with that. I suppose so. Also, agreed. Oh, okay, I see what's happening. Persons deserve the talents they were born into. Sure? Liberty of persons ought to be maximized, yes. Value is created. It can be, yeah. Thank you, certificate is now complete. You will receive notification when the user profile has been generated. That's interesting. Those are interesting questions. Hold on, can we go back up and read those? No, we can't. Those are very interesting questions. Aha, there's a ladder here. Okay, this is where we started. Huh. Trying to see if the star is around here. Isn't there another jammer here? Oh, there's another QR code. Oh, now it reads it. I don't know where I am, but there is something beautiful about this place. I can explore what I want to discover. Okay. And that's... Okay, so we could, in theory, bring jammers out here. Hold on. So if I did this, we could bring this one. Yeah, now we have two jammers we could... Now the question is can we take these with us to other levels? Because if we could take one of these with us to somewhere else, we could take it to level 2. And... that would allow us to get through that wall to the star. Still don't know where the star is here. Oh, no, we can't get through this wall, actually, so... So we can't take it through. Oh, there's another one here. My eyes have been opened. This world is not without order. Shaped by the great designer with signs and portents to guide my steps. I am one of his children. The challenge is set before me to test my faith. Whatever the end goal of this grand challenge is, it is far out of reach. Knowing that, how am I supposed to resist distraction? Thought maybe... we could use the extra... there. Get over here or something, but... Oh. The star has to be inside of one of these, right? Like, that's the only other thing it could be. Is the star is in one of these levels. Does that sound supposed to designate where the star is? That doo 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 doo. It seems like it's coming from, like, over here. I don't even know what the stars do, that's the problem. That has not been explained to us. Let's see, we can't take these through there. They stop. We haven't even seen the star here. But we know there is one. See, like, it's on the sign. Huh. I don't know. We might just need to move on to the next stuff. Like, I can't. I have no idea. Maybe eventually we'll learn. Let's see, we're missing the star from there, but at least we know where that one's at. We don't know where one is. Let's go to 3. 3 has 2 stars. AI feedback email. We keep discussing what an artificial intelligence would mean to us and how it would change our understanding of the world. That's a great topic, and I think we've covered it extensively. What we've barely mentioned, though, is the other side of the coin. I mean, our lives would still be what they were before, AI or no AI. The question I think we should discuss, even if it's all completely hypothetical, is the perspective of artificial intelligence itself. What would it be like to be that creature, to suddenly come into being created by others as an experiment, to have all the information about yourself, to know exactly how you function? What would you think about the world? Would you see meaning, beauty? How would you judge humanity? Where would you see yourself fitting into the grand scheme of things? I think we should try to put ourselves in the shoes of such a being. Dear Alexandra, thank you for your feedback. This is not a philosophy course, not science fiction. And that's why I almost gave up on my studies. Yep. Team leads email. We're blessed to have so many people contributing to this project, but we've got to make sure everyone is on the same page. Please refer to the following people when... Okay. Alexandria Project Lead AI Module. Nadia Sarabai. Institute Coordinator. Rob McLean. L Software. So maybe that would be short for Elohim. Trevor Donovan. George Jameson. Alan. Okay, George and Alan Jameson. Generation module, scenario module, simulation module. So we might be inside of a simulation here. Radhia Brickmont. Something we don't know. Aurora Calvin. Link Hardware. Omar Garib. Link Software. Someone Lanning. Maintenance module. J.E. Harrison. Diagnostic. Frank Nagatai. Jared Smilev. File System. Talos Unit. Formerly Soma. Though not directly part of the project, the archive team is sharing both physical and digital space with us. If there are any technical issues to resolve, please contact their project lead, Arkady Chernovinsky. Don't worry, he's nice. Usually when you have to say that. Stratos Strategia was a Greek materialist philosopher associated with Peripatetic school. Admirer of Aristotle, he was a proponent of empiricism and fierce critic of philosophy that placed belief before observable truths. Though unpopular with many of his peers for his often acerbic personal manner, his commentaries on Aristotle were considered an important work. Much of his writing was lost in the destruction of the Library of Alexandria. Okay. This is a big clock. No, it goes all the way up to 24. So it's a 24-hour clock now. Okay. A bit tied up. Take out 2 birds. There we go. Get all 3 of these in here. See what we're up against. Okay. Okay, so sometimes the stars are in the levels. Now we have whatever that is. Okay. Is he going to tell us about the stars now? No? Okay. Okay, we'll worry about grabbing that thing once we actually go in there. Stashed for later. Okay, so that's that. Door is locked. What is this? Keys. Oh. Okay. The heck? Did this map change on me? No. Okay, he just... Okay. First, we need to do this, then this, then that, then that. Should allow us to get that. Is there a star in here? No. Now I'm curious, did that sign mark that there was a star in there, or are we just supposed to... Okay, it did not. So it does not tell you what levels have stars, you just have to find them. Okay. Oh, there's a... It's clear I'm not the first to walk this path. In fact, the whole thing seems to have been consciously designed, but by the voice in the sky or some other force. Sheep. Interesting. Locked me up, swallowed the key. Okay. Okay, so... Okay, so they're... They're teaching us about keys. That did not jam that. There we go. Oh, it throws you over the wall. That's unfortunate. I'm gonna see if I could see the star from there, but... Can you reset these? Escalating problem. ladder there to that thing. Hi. Uh-huh. Oh, you go all sorts of directions, huh? Oh, that was not good. Okay. So we need keys. Which it looks like is right there. So if I do this and go up here, can I grab this jammer? I can. Because I need that jammer. Open that. Get those keys. Hmm. That's going to be the exit. Huh. Like we need another jammer. Is there something else in this maze I missed? Doesn't look like it. So how do I... So if I run over there, that thing shoots me, right? Yeah. Okay. How do I... It's like I need another jammer, but not clear. What's in here? Nothing. That is just a trap for that. That is just a trap for that. Got it. Okay. And then we go over here. We grab this. And they've blocked every, like, angle to this except here. The problem is that I can't get through there. There's got to be another jammer somewhere, right? Hmm. Because there's the keys. Not seeing any other jammer or anything. Why would we need to go here? What does that do for us? Like, there's a window there. I don't know why. Like, I can do something to shut off the turret, but it still doesn't get us through the wall. Huh. See, I can do that. But without another jammer, I can't get through that wall. Right? Hmm. How much time waiting for the design room would take my hand until I realized he had been guiding me all along. Realized it isn't for me to seek his help, it is for me to help myself. Like, if I could somehow, like, either split it or find another... Like, I feel like I'm missing something. Hmm. Okay, can you go up the stairs, please?
My child, there is no shame in seeking another path. Leave this mystery for another day.
Wow. He's telling me I don't have to spend my time on the same puzzle. Rude. Wait a second. Maybe I need this thing. I think that ball can be used to blow it up. I think the ball, that's what it is. Yeah, the ball paths all the way over there. Because it doesn't target those, but that can blow that up. That's what I was missing. See? That's what it was. Oh, I did that wrong. I was like, okay, I need another jammer or I need that turret gone. That's what it was. Okay, now I can just do this. Take that, Elohim. Telling me to do a different puzzle. Bite me. Alright. So we did everything but one of the stars. Okay, why is it... Sometimes it reads these and sometimes it doesn't. I don't know what causes that. Okay, there's still another star somewhere around here. Probably dealing with something. Alright. One star. Actually, hold on. Oh, cut him off. I wanted to see what this is. Okay. Now unlocked. Whatever that is. Okay.
There is much that you may learn in the halls of my temples, for there is much that you do not know. That is why you are a child.
Rude.
But children are made to learn, and in time they come to have dominion over the lands of their home. So it shall be with you and your generations.
Okay. There's the computer. Thought maybe there'd be something hidden back here. That looks like death, so... Alright. Let's get on the computer. User profile generated. Download profile. Yes. New user account has been registered. Would you like to see the details? Display psychological profile. Already criticizing... You may be already criticizing your own performance, but it's clear you understand how the world of ideas affects you. Even if you are sometimes weary with the realities and allow your preferences to dictate your beliefs, you have a great deal of unused capacity which you have not turned to your advantage. Disciplined and self-controlled outside, you tend to be worrisome and insecure inside, but you pride yourself as an independent thinker and do not accept other statements without satisfactory proof. Thanks. Display conflicts. User provided objective response when asked for a subjective one. User provided a particular account of personhood, but was uncomfortable with its implications. User sought to maximize both liberty and quality of life, but these ideas are incompatible. User denied moral authority, but defended moral claims. User had inconsistent ideas about value. Interesting. Display account privileges. Due to outstanding notes on your account, despite displaying many of the characteristics of being a person, cannot be granted admin status at this time. Meantime, please enjoy basic account functionalities. Access communication portal. Currently hold a basic account. Network access restricted to administrators. Okay. Wasn't able to better assist you if you're still encountering a problem. Account certification error. You receive a notification when the reply has been sent. Display account privileges. Out of the outstanding notes in your account, despite displaying... Okay. Interesting. Progress reply 1 email. Hi all, everything's been moved to the L facility. I know it's been sad to leave the good old Jeff building behind, but it makes sense for us to be on site, especially as there may be severe power outages in the coming weeks. Arcades team are already working, but you really don't need to worry about the teams getting in each other's way. The facility is genuinely humongous. Let's get the show on the road. Mail error data. Keep this short. You all know me, so you know that I know what I'm talking about. I realize that you're all working on projects meant to somehow find a solution, preserve the non-biological components of. Immediately you'll find the details of my proposal in the attachment, but the short version is global undertaking. Beginnings. Stratton of Strateria on beginnings. It is a grave error of many philosophers, not only of the Athenian schools, but of many others, that they began not with observation of the cosmos as it surrounds us, but with the conclusion already in mind. And often the conclusion that is the world was created ideal, mankind itself the greatest creation of the gods, yet neither the world nor the gods owe mankind perfection. It is arrogance itself to presume so, and contrary to all the methods of philosophy. The honest philosopher seeks only truth, even if it bears no comfort, and he must begin by assuming, as Socrates said, that all he knows is that he knows nothing. Okay.
Behold, I am Elohim, and I speak unto the darkness. Be gone.
Interesting.
Excess data cleared.
Excess data cleared? So we're definitely in a simulation.
The answer that came to me again and again was play. Every every human society in recorded history has games. We don't just solve problems out of necessity. We do it for fun. Even as adults. Leave a human being alone with a knotted rope, and they will unravel it. Leave a human being alone with blocks, and they will build something. Games are part of what makes us human. We see the world as a mystery, a puzzle.
Interesting.
We've always been a species of problem solvers.
Interesting way of looking at it. I don't know if I necessarily agree with the conclusion there, but I think that's more of people. If you leave people alone with any form of stimulus, they will try to do something with it. I think humans just look for stimulus. It doesn't necessarily have to be a creative stimulus. Like, perfect example of that is the shock experiment. If you put somebody in a room or put a group of people, like solo in a room with nothing but a box that shocks them or something that shocks them, they'll try it once, realize that it shocks them, but the longer they sit in the room, the more chance they have of continually using the object that shocks them just because they're starved for stimuli. Push it further. So I don't necessarily agree that it's like, oh, well, they have to play. Okay, there's the star. We need a red thing. So I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. Point and point it at another target. Okay, it has to be the same color. Okay, that makes sense. So this is like a different type of connection. Got it. Okay, but where's the red one? They're... Okay, we can walk through the laser. Good to know. Oh, but we can block it as well. The star is here, but it's red. Does it have to be? I'm guessing it has to be the same color, right? Yeah. So we have to shoot a red beam in here somehow? Oh, can we? Oh, I see. Okay. Sneaky. Okay, so that puzzle, we need to shoot a red beam up there. Or somehow we have to get a red beam over here. There's a red beam. Don't cross the streams. Okay. Okay, maybe over here. No. I want to do this red thing while I'm thinking about it. We'll do all these other puzzles in a second. How did I get in here? I guess this way? Yeah. Okay, so we need to get a red beam there. Maybe over here. Above all that, yep. Yes, I can see it from here. Okay. Now we shot it all the way over there. Let's go get the star real quick. That's cool. So there is going to be like branching between like areas and stuff to get stars. Alright. Very cool. Now let's actually do these. Branch it out. Okay, so we need to... So we can have it shoot multiple targets? Okay, I guess that's what this is showing us. Yeah. And this is also hinting on how you get the star. You can also get the box. So wait, how many branches can you do? So if I do this, can I go 1, 2, 3? I can. Okay, I wonder how many branches you can do. We'll have to test that, I guess. Maybe a later puzzle will require like 6 or something. Don't cross the streams. Whenever I despair, I remind myself that at the end of this great pilgrimage lies life in the eternal memory of the designer. I need no further motivation. A lifetime spent solving the puzzles in this place would be which missed everything of value in it. We must remember that the others will tread this path. We must leave it better signposted than when we found it. Okay. Okay. So if you cross them, it does not work. That's why it says don't cross the streams. Okay, well, easy enough then. Yeah. Above all that. Okay. Okay, it's gotta be the blue one that's gotta go above then. So, boop. Boop. Connect. Grab this. Where's the blue one? There it is. Boop. Boop. Connect. Easy peasy. Okay, those were rather simplistic, but they're teaching us a new mechanic, so I figured those would probably be easy enough. I do like that one though. The star puzzle for that one was kind of cool. Can we get everything? Yep. Okay, now we can do the box. this, 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 and then that. Now unlocked box. Flashing light warning, Jesus Christ. Opinion cube. Okay, number 5. Okay, fine. Wait. Still don't know how we're supposed to get the stars for some of these, but let's go to 5. Oof, this doesn't look pleasant. LHTML. Short for Extended Lifespan. Okay, so it's not short for Elohim. It is a groundbreaking initiative by 7 leading universities to create the world's most stable and most durable supercomputer. With its custom-made hardware, bomb-proof casing, and near inexhaustible hydroelectric power supply, L represents a unique step forward in the evolution of human technology. Brainchild of Nobel Prize nominee Dr. Arcade. Okay, press kit, meet the team. That's the website, I'm guessing. AI citizenship. Once a true artificial intelligence has been created, the issue of citizenship is going to come up. If we acknowledge that AI has all the abilities of a human brain, should it not be considered a citizen? Is it not, in legal sense of the word, a person and thus a potential citizen? Where do you draw the line? Some people will object. Will the great apes become citizens? Elephants, whales, the more intelligent parrot species? It's crazy, they will say. I would remind these people that we live in a society in which a corporation, as abstract an entity as one could imagine, is considered a person. So it's not like there is no precedent for a non-human being to being a person. At least the artificial intelligence is actual thinking being, not just a business arrangement. But perhaps we do need to question the definition of personhood. Increasing amounts of evidence regarding the intelligence of elephants, the existence of culture among whales, for example, could be a sign that we need to answer some difficult questions. Who better to debate these questions with than young genius who revolutionized the... Yeah. Athena 8. You must consider these riddles, the Sphinx said, and tell me the riddle that I did not reveal. Sphinx smiled, the gears in her jaw creaking, her teeth a nightmare of rust. Her left eye flickered, but none of its terror was diminished. The ruins were silent, and I think, she finally said, that the riddle you did not reveal is this. Why do these riddles exist in the first place? Why do these curious automatons, these mute children of Hephaestus, behave as they do, forcing me to devise these intricate solutions? Each is a riddle, but the greater riddle is their purpose. The Sphinx did not answer. Her eye was lifeless now. Athena removed it from its socket, knowing that its power would aid her, yet feeling as also a deep sorrow at the passing of this fearful creature. Okay. Why is it so dark and gloomy all of a sudden? Elohim, you good, friend? One little buzzer. Okay, we got a connector here. A box there. Oh, okay. What is this? Takes hoxahedron. Okay, use it to block. Okay, we could probably use that to jump on as well. Is there something we need to find? Okay. Well, that cleared up some of the storm, it looked like. You know you mustn't cross the streams. Okay, we're probably going to use a box to elevate the thing now. Okay. So... red... Yep. Now, if I take this box and I put it here, can I do the... No, okay, can't do that thing. Okay, I'm just seeing if there's... Can you block a... No, can't. Okay. Going over the fence. Okay, that literally is just showing us how that works. Is there another one of these? There has to be another connector, right? Oh, hold on. Go over the fence this way. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. Grab this. Put this here. Doop, doop, doop. Guessing these are also easy because they're teaching us the box mechanic. Friendly crossfire. Okay. Okay, I see what's going to happen. We gotta wait for that to go back. We pick up this box. That one will take that one out, that we can use the jammer on that. Yeah. I think I've discerned some kind of pattern in the sigils. Each color serves a different purpose. Elohim has us gathering them all, but perhaps he's being overzealous. Oh, someone... Is that sheep that's starting to question Elohim? Interesting. Yeah, I figured. I was like, I wonder if the star is in here. Seems like a really good place for them to hide the star. Things to do with 2 boxes. Okay. There's a lot of messages here. A powerful device fashioned by the designer. What is a hexahedron? A cube. Edges are beveled. That makes it a decahedron. You forgot the indents. With the indents, it's like a super polyhedron. But the convex hull is a decahedron. Topic closed. Wrong. They're arguing about which shape this is. That's funny. Okay. Oh, I wonder... Oh yeah, no, they can definitely get me. I was like, maybe if I... Yeah. I was like, maybe they can get me, but I just remembered that they can get turrets that are up on the wall, so... I just wanted to test that, but... Yeah, they can definitely get me there. But I know what I have to do. This is a very old gaming thing. So they run parallel to each other. What you have to do is mess up their... moving back and forth. And then... I'm gonna need that box back. So I can get over this wall. Unless they gave me another box, which they did not. But that's an old gaming thing. When you have 2 patrols that are... If the designer is perfect and he designed me for a purpose, I must be fit for that purpose. It follows that my purpose must not be to seek and hoard every sigil in his land, for so many are beyond the facilities he granted me. Or faculties, I guess. Ah, another star. I don't understand why the designer chose to put such flaws into the world. It appears almost as if they were damaged. Must believe that there is a purpose here I cannot see. Okay, so the star is there. Is there a way? Hold on. Yeah, there's Trying to see. Seek counsel? Oh, interesting.
Here, those who are worthy may seek the counsel of my blessed messengers. But their wisdom shall not be given easily.
You've already overcome this trap.
Must be your own.
I didn't realize that's what that is. So, somehow we're supposed to get over there. So there's 2 stars here.
I was in school when I first read about the Talos principle.
First with these tournaments, the more I wonder what role they play in the contraption. How do you tell friend from foe when no obvious lines are drawn between the two?
My body as a physical object, the material reality of the brain, ideas that made me uncomfortable at first, but I think in the long run, help me understand how frail human beings are, and how precious. It's not a comforting way of thinking about the world, but I'd rather face the truth than lie to myself.
There's something right there. It's like a wire. There's a wire. Oh. Okay. Is there even a red light in this map? What the heck? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Wow. Now these things, you receive a reply to your user support ticket. Display reply. Count, certification, basic count. Certification, diagnostics, perform, no errors. Delete, create new admin, email. Create new admin. Please take a moment to prove that you're not user profile or registered. Your basic account functionalities. Would you like to undertake again to achieve a preferable outcome? Yes. But denial appended to your further attempts will overwrite certification results be logged. Receive. Overwrite certifications will be logged and receive notification. Okay, so we have to answer a certain way, I guess, to get that to work. Okay, so some of these things are going to be locked in a certain way.
Long ago, I shaped these lands according to the purpose of the hidden words. Thus all things have meaning, where before was only chaos. Know that, and have faith.
LOL. Nice. Ever since we moved to the new site, I feel funny. Not in that way. Just, I feel like I'm about to start laughing at random. It's probably shock, right? An inability to deal with reality. Or maybe it's just that we're working in this insane place with this insane technology on this insane project. And so I feel like a genuine mad scientist. Stand aside, mortals. We will create life by the power of science. I mentioned this to Alex, and she got me a pair of fake glasses. You can't be a mad scientist without glasses, she said. Even Ian Malcolm had glasses. Pointed at L and said, life, huh? Finds a way. Maybe you had to be there. Sent from an address considered confidential. Wait, what did it say about Goldblum at the end? Sharing or forwarding permission may result in prosecution by the enraged spirit of Jeff Goldblum. Nice. Cicero. Shall the industrious husbandman then plant trees, the fruit of which he shall never see, and shall not the great man found laws, institutions, and a republic? What does the procreation of children imply, and our care to continue our names and our adoptions, and our scrupulous exactness in drawing up wills and inscriptions on monuments and panegyrics? I don't know what that means. But that our thoughts run on futurity? Cannot retrieve. What do you imagine that so many and such great men of our republic who have sacrificed their lives for its good expected? Do you believe they thought their names should not continue beyond their lives? None ever encountered death for their country, but under a firm persuasion of immortality. Themistocles might have lived at his ease, so might Epaminondas, and not look abroad among the ancients for instances, so might I myself, but somehow or other there cling to our minds a certain presage of future ages. This both exists most firmly and appears most clearly, and men of the loftiest genius and greatest souls take away this, and who would be so mad as to spend his life amidst toils and dangers? Jesus. Chatbots are becoming increasingly sophisticated. True, but hardly relevant to this discussion. Are you sure? How do you know I'm not a bot? Don't be ridiculous. I'm not ridiculous. Honestly, how would you know? Troll. I'm not a troll. Yeah, right. Is there anything I've written so far that could not be written by a bot? I responded to simple assaults like ridiculous and troll with very basic negations. And I detected that none of you use proper orthography, so I also avoided capitalization. What's the capital of France? Paris. Even the simplest script could pull that info from the net. What's the capital of Croatia? Zagreb. Okay, she's a bot. I'm not a bot. I'm European. We learn these things in school. I've seen you in this chat room many times. Bots can't participate in discussions. At best, they can interject random comments. Sam is right. Stop trolling. Sam is a bot. Interesting. This is funny, because this is a thing that obviously this was back in 2014 when this came out, but this is a real thing that's still happening. So we have, it looks like 3 different people. We start out with Jenny saying chatbots are becoming sophisticated to Nigel. And Jenny's questioning Nigel on whether Nigel could prove that Jenny is not a chatbot. And then Sam's like, don't be ridiculous. Vegan Warrior is like, that's a troll. whatever. And then you get down here. Nigel's like, okay, Jenny's a bot. Jenny's like, no, European, I know that information. Sam's like, I've seen you in this chat room many times. Bots can't participate in discussions. Being Warrior's like, Sam's right, stop trolling. And then at the end, Nigel says that Sam is a bot. So someone they've been talking to thinking was someone else turned out to be a bot. Which is the whole point of the discussion. Alright. A door too far. Okay. So we got that. We got one of these. Okay. Use the jammer to open this. Now, the real question becomes... Yeah, okay. Alright. How is this a door too far? I think we just solved it with just the jammer and the thing, have we not? No. No, we can, yeah, we can just move the jammer. Unless I'm missing something else, unless there's a whole nother... Ah, there is a... Okay. Okay, I think the box can use to stop you. Okay. Okay. That'll work. And we can just take the jammer. Okay. Easy enough. Yeah. Okay. Not too bad, not too bad. Alright, let's get out of there. Okay, what the star is definitely in that there, right? Or that's just where one of the puzzles is. Mobile minefield. Okay, there's definitely something over there, because that's, can you go in there? You can. Bye. Give me them keys. Okay, so there's gonna be a lever to shut that off. Then we're gonna grab that. Okay, that was significantly easier than I was expecting. Okay, we can hear a computer through this wall here. So somehow we're supposed to be able to get in here. Maybe it'll be like a ladder or something over here. Deception. Okay, we got red laser. Okay. Okay, there's another laser thing there. Okay. Through there. It's gonna open all the gates, right? Oh, no, because it... Yeah. Okay. So I need to get... huh. Okay. Okay. Wait, why is it not? Should work, right? Oh, because of that. Dang it. Okay. Hmm. Okay, so we can't do that because of this wall. So what if... So how do we do this? We can't get this... This one has to be open. Oh, can't do that. That sucks. Okay. Because the wall's there. Hmm. What if we don't need to go that way? What if we just need to go this way? Hold on. Hmm. Okay. Because I can't get that above that, right? Now, I'm very curious. Okay. So you can't do that. Hmm. Hmm. So let's see. Can I? Hold on. Is there any way for me to hit both of those? No. Okay. And the only way we can do that... I feel like this actually has a really simple solution that I'm missing. It's called deception. And I feel like it has something to do with these. Right? Okay. That's what I thought. So this can hit this one over the wall. But this can't hit anything. So why is this spot even here? Like this cannot hit anything. Hmm. So, let's see. Oh, Mr. Swineman, you can pick up and drop connectors with right click to keep their current connections for around you. Except hints or backseating. No hints or backseating. So I said for right click. Ah, I see, okay. Hmm. These can't shoot through fences, right? I need to test that. Nothing else could shoot through fences. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. See, like, I feel like the deception is this, right? I think, like, this is the deception, right? Is it, like, it's acting like it wants you to do this, but that is obviously not what it wants you to do. Because there's no way to get from there to there. So... and they block it off perfectly from getting there. This crosses too many lines, but might be able to get it closer there. Right. No. Still looks like it's gonna be... See, with this one open, we get to the blue connector, right? So that's the thing. The only one we really need open is that one. That gives us two of these. I feel like this is the solution, but I can't get the beam to work properly. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, I was overthinking it. I was like, I need these beams not to cross. I just needed to move that in a little bit. That was the problem, is the beams were just too spread out. I was like, I get why it was called deception, but some of the messages that existed when I first came into being have vanished. Others have appeared. How many others like me have wandered these paths? How many thoughts have been lost? I'm still here. Seems we are all here at once and not at all. Sorry, that's not very much help, is it? Can't think any other way to put it. The sooner you accept that we will all be here forever, the sooner you will find it light met. Wait. What is this computer doing out here? A simple principle. Though Stratton himself never used the term, his remark about inescapable materiality of life, that like the bronze giant Talos, even the most faithful philosopher cannot live without his blood, ultimately became known as the Talos principle. What seemingly enraged many of his contemporaries and significant number of later thinkers is the principle's simplicity and unassailability, which, according to the fragment found in Miletus, cut through their rhetorical webs, which sought to tangle the listener with fanciful words and thoughts of the heavens, like Alexander's sword through the Gordian knot. Diogenes Laertius makes a mention of the dialogue by Anaximander of Chalcedon that expanded greatly on the Talos principle, but that works remains lost. Journal. Officially begin work on the archive today. Contributors from every country on Earth, while network connections last. Team intimidated by project scope, but working hard. We'll be sharing space with Drennan and Sarabai. Team, look forward to meeting them. Post comments. First, seriously, Cheeseman, that was the best you could say. Great snapshot of human species at its best and at its worst. At its worst, come on, it's just a comment. I'm not Stalin. Stalin was also a troll commenter. Maybe you should cut out the jokes. This is serious. The most serious thing that's ever happened. I think that's a great reason to joke around. Internet's working less and less. Goodbye, all. Bye. God bless you. Last. That is the internet in a nutshell. Bichromatic entanglement. Okay. Okay. Huh. I'll say that's not gonna work. Interesting. Very interesting. So, how? So this opens this door. So we need this door open for some reason. So I think I need to focus on that connection first. Okay. What does this get us? Okay. Okay. That doesn't really do anything. Okay. So, we have three things. In order to open this door, we need the red. In order to open that door, we need the blue, and we need red here to open that. But we need to ultimately get one over here. Okay, so I think I know what it wants to do first. No? How am I supposed to do this? So this is called... Hold on. Bichromatic entanglement. It wants both colors, but you can't do that, I didn't think. You can't send two colors. Yeah, so if you try to receive two colors, So opening this door has to do something. I feel like it should be able to do this. But we can't do that unless... Hold on, I got an idea. Okay, gotta do this to this. And then this one has to do this, this, and this. And then this one has to do this, right? And then if we block this, it opens that. Doesn't do that, okay. That does not work how I thought it would work. No, okay. See, the problem is we need something to be on this so we can get through there. Hey, welcome in, Jason Plays and Raiders. Hopefully you're doing well tonight. See what you're up to. Man of the Adventurer 2. Interesting. Thought you finished that game. Did they do an update or something? Hopefully you're doing well tonight. Welcome in, everybody. Hopefully you had a good time over there with Jason Plays. If you don't know who I am, Master Games, play a variety of games here on the channel. Mostly horror, mostly retro. Tonight we are checking out the Talos Principle, which is a kind of philosophy, but mostly a puzzle game dealing with lasers, apparently. Well, it deals with more than lasers, but it's a puzzle game. Played the first game and the second for fun. All right, nice. But if you need a run for any reason, get you some food, get you some water, go take a nap. I completely understand. Just throw us a follow, come back when you can. We'd love to have you. But yeah, we're just hanging out, trying to figure out this puzzle. We're getting into the the meat of it, I guess. And right now we are trying to figure out how to get something we can put on this last button so we can get through this gate. However, we are amidst this puzzle. But hopefully you had a good time over there with Jason. So we are trying to figure this out. See, the thing is I feel like we could do this, right? If we could open that wall. The problem is we can't open that wall with what we have. Oh, maybe we can. I'm just a dingus. I'm just a dingus. Wait. Wait, how does that... How did that not... Hold on. I'm so confused now. Gym 2 on Thursday, get back to Rec Room tomorrow. Nice. Nice. Yeah, our week is gonna be very interesting. We got the Fatal Frame 2 remake coming out on Wednesday. See what I want to do. Okay, I can do this. This is what I was wanting to do. I don't know why that all of a sudden started working. And I can just put this here. Okay. That's what I was trying to do, is take this second one and move it, but I don't know why it worked that time and not previously. But we got Fatal Frame 2 Remake coming out Wednesday night. And then we're going to finish up our Clock Tower series playthrough. And then we're going to dive into a bunch of other stuff. Try to finish up Friend's Favorite Retro. And all of that. I'm guessing the star is back here. However, I do not know how to get back there. Because you can hear a computer, right? So... But, anywho. Let's see. So that was number 6. Into number 7 we go. Would you like to take a few moments to complete a short user satisfaction survey regarding the certification program you recently undertook? Yes. Based on analysis of your behavior, I think you were dissatisfied with the results of your certification program. Would you rate the accuracy of the result out of 5? Reasonable. What best describes the reason for your investment in the certification's outcome? Why does being a person matter to you? Wait, we're having a conversation now? I mean, I want network access. I'll try to remember that. In fact, I'm going to help you. That is what I'm here for. Your problem, if I may, is that you don't know the first thing about anything, including what a person is. Your prospects are therefore poor. Do you even know where you are? Virtual reality theme park? Oh dear, no. I think we best start from scratch. What do you know? I know 2 plus 2 is 4. Suppose so. Even if you were dreaming, you could be certain of that. Technically, there's ways to prove that that's not true. Math is weird. If I were you, I wouldn't believe a darn thing in this place aside from the solitary fact. Thinking. On the reflection that it seems to me that there's no closer to resolving your problem. Perhaps we need more data. What makes you think you're a person? I don't see how I can convince you. A sensible response. I agree with you. Problem with people, if I may be so bold, is that you're all convinced you're people from the inside, but there's no cast iron way to confirm as much from the outside. I'm going to process this and send you a notification when I'm able to assist you further, terminating the session. See, that's again, that's what this is getting a reference to, is like, on the inside you can feel like a person. On the outside, there's the, like, how do you define personhood, right? Because it's like, okay, well, if they have a certain level of consciousness, does that start defining a person? Because, like, they did the thing earlier. It's like, okay, when you get certain levels of sentience, like, is a dog a person? Is an elephant a person? You know, like, you get into that kind of philosophical discussion of like, where do you start drawing the line on sentience and personhood, you know? So, again, this is... I would say if you want to see an interesting Although kind of dated, I will say it's got some, I would say, disagreeable portions in it. The original Blade Runner does have a little bit of a visual perspective on this kind of discussion. It is also a very slow movie, so be warned if if you're not into that kind of thing. It was meant to be a film noir, and then kind of that noir stuff got kind of scrapped at the end, so it's still shot very slowly without having the noir bits. So a lot of people might not be super jazzed about that. She examined the symbol and the fragment she found in the buried city. Again, the owl. What could its significance be? It seemed as if they had been scattered about in the labyrinth by some unseen hand for a purpose that yet eluded. Most likely, the owl was the sigil of the author of these words, which had so a nebulous memory, as if from a previous life. The owl was the symbol of, and the goddess outside under the moon, or perhaps on the city walls when the wind rose. But there was no time to contemplate this further now, for the automatons had seen her, and their mechanical arms extended towards the fragment, and Rand, their beams converged on. Singularity discussion. Articles. The singularity is coming. We know more than I think about it. The more I believe no one is actually worried about AIs taking over the world or anything like that. No matter what they say, what they're really worried about is that someone might prove once and for all that consciousness can arise from matter. And I kind of understand why they find it so terrifying. If we could create a sentient being, where does that leave the soul? Without mystery, how can we see ourselves anything other than machines? And if we are machines, what hope do we have that death is not the end? What really scares people is not the artificial intelligence in the computer, but the natural intelligence they see in the mirror. Show notes content. You see, that's interesting, because if you don't know what the singularity is, that's basically the point in which we create, like, sentient intelligence, essentially, where AI meets human intelligence, where it essentially establishes its own kind of sentience. That is the point of singularity. But it's interesting because this is part of the discussion of that idea, right? It's not that people are afraid that like Terminator's going to happen, right? Like Skynet's going to create AI and AI is going to turn around and blow up the planet, or war games, if you reference really old movies that younger people have probably not seen, but the AI in war games basically wants to realizes that people are the cause of war, and nuking the entire planet is the solution. But then the kid solves war games by basically making the AI play tic-tac-toe with itself, and turns out when you play tic-tac-toe by yourself, you always end up in a draw. And the AI discovers that, like, oh, the only way to win is not to play, which is the idea behind nuclear deterrence. Which is how War Games ends. Spoilers for a movie that came out in the 80s. But yeah, I think this is the reason why some people are afraid of the idea of like sentience in machines and sentience in general outside of human sentience. Is just the fear of like what it means for their belief systems, what it means for their own sense of self. AMA, ask me anything. One of the founders of the modern science of nomadics. Many credit you with inventing the term itself. How do you see the state of science today? Sorry, I said science twice. What? Modern science and science, I guess, is mixed. On one hand, the existence of the Institute for Applied Nomadics is a couple of similar organizations is highly encouraging. On the other hand, the degree to which science has seen serving purely military and corporate causes is, in my opinion, stopping us from exploring many important avenues of research. In a sense, it's people like Alexander Drennan who are the real pioneers today, who have enthusiasm and dedication that a system as a whole seems to be lacking. Do you think technology poses a danger to humanity? No. Technology is just a tool. What we do with it is up to us. The extended Extended lifespan project. Crazy or visionary? Both. Yes, Akemi. Crazy or visionary? Both. Arcady, is that you? Do you... So far, all the puzzles are solvable completely within necessary parameters. Alexandra had some tweaks she wanted to suggest, but I think we're heading in the right direction here. Interesting. Interesting. It says there's a red block here. There's a single red block. Windows into a labyrinth. But again, the thing is with a lot of these discussions is there's a lot of nuance. There's not like a this is the right answer, right? Like there's a lot of okay, well, there is this point of view, but also all of these, like, contingent things, or all of these caveats. Like, there's not a guaranteed, okay, this is how we have to define this, or this is the only way this is defined, right? That's kind of the thing with a lot of these discussions, and that's why, like, I've talked with people online before, friends and just people in general, where I've told them that, like, that's why you have to be careful with, like, having discussions about this stuff online, is because unfortunately the internet has a problem with nuance, and when you try to have any sort of conversation with nuance, it doesn't tend to really last very long or go very well on the internet, because people are like, oh, you mean this? And it's like, no, that's not what I said. And, you know, when you're having text formats, it's also very hard to tell when people are, like, getting upset, or when people are misunderstanding, or people are getting frustrated, or people are being manipulative, which is a thing that people do sometimes. Like they're waiting for you to, like, slip up on a word so they can use that against you, and they're you know, arguing in bad faith. So that's another reason why it's important to know who you're having discussions with too. Is some people have no intention on having, like, actual conversations. Like they want to argue in bad faith. Because they want you to say something that they can use against you in some way. Which is, again, unfortunately not a... Okay, this is going to be very interesting. Okay. We need to test a thing. I need to see if I can... No. I didn't think you could shoot through gates, but I wanted to test just to see. Okay, so we don't need that there. Okay, I know what we need to do. I know what we need to do. Hey man, how you doing today? But again, it's one of those things that there's a gate in the wall there. This is actually going to be a bit more difficult than I thought. So you can't use these to do this. Can do this, though. Hello, PBW TV. How are you today? Damn that. See, because he can't shoot through the gates. See, if I could get it around that corner. Huh. Effective in you? I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright. Just trying to figure out this puzzle. Okay. I don't think there's any other direction where we can... Problem is we need to hit... If we could hit the second one, we could do this, right? So, like, if we could do that, and then do, like, this. Made is something when not allowed to talk about it or not. Not sure what that means. Something dangerous? grab this. So I'm trying to see. There's an angle we put. Can't see the thing from there. What about over here? No, nothing there. There's got to be like an angle that we can hit this from to send the line where we want it. Because basically we need to hit that one. If we can hit that one, we can use the jammer. Some streamers don't want chat to talk about food. Interesting. I don't think I've ever met a streamer who doesn't want to talk about food, but that would definitely be a first. I don't. Quiche Lorraine. Interesting. Yeah, I can honestly say I don't think I've ever heard of a streamer not talking about food. Is there something over here? No. Is there like a thing above? Because I was waiting for them to hide like a thing up there, but because the thing that sends it is there, and the only place that we could it tastes good. Yeah, I hope it tasted good. It'd be kind of disappointing if it didn't. Okay, I figured it out. I don't know why that wasn't working for me before. Now I could just do this. Planning on doing Genna too. I don't know. I don't know if we'll even finish this game. We're just kind of doing this to bide time until Wednesday. Wednesday is when Fatal Frame 2 Remake comes out. We mainly do horror retro and retro horror games with a little bit of variety. I do like puzzle games, but two pesky little buzzers. Okay. But, okay, I see. I thought I saw a box. Guess I didn't. Just can't eat it right away. That's fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. So that would be the two pesky buzzers they're talking about. See, there's a box right there. Which is through the red fence. Guess what? I block it myself. Take that ball. Okay. Look, we've acquired box. I can get enough shit in, I don't know, but where's that, I wonder? I don't know. I've actually run into the same issue. Sometimes when I do a lot of cooking, it'll take me a little bit before I can, like, eat again. You know, even after I've cooked something, so I've run into a similar issue. Stay there. Okay. Where is the... Okay, so we need this. Do. The other guy's gonna keep knocking it out, isn't he? But there's a blue one here. Where's the blue laser? I guess out the break eat straight away, whatever. Indigestion or acid reflux. Interesting. Okay, so there's that. Trying to find where the blue laser is. Also, I didn't even think about it. I could actually have used a laser to block that guy. Stay there. Is there... There's gotta be a place for us to... Yeah, that's the star. So if there's a blue laser thing, that means I need to have somewhere I can bounce the thing to. How was that? Oh, it's another one of these.
When I was in 9th grade, my parents took me to Pompeii. At first, I was amazed by the feeling of walking through an ancient city. But then I suddenly got scared. I realized that I was walking through a real place, where real people had lived, people like myself, with mothers and fathers and lives and hopes and dreams.
I'm trying to see if there was another. We had one where we had to bounce it off like a tower, like up there, but I'm not seeing anything like that.
And he said, I remember so clearly, he said, yes, but we are here. So long as there are people in the streets, the past isn't really gone.
Okay. And now we can grab... Is that 2 of them? There are 2 of them. Now the blue one. I guess that's gonna block it. No. Oh, but it has to open that door for the blue beam to come out. Okie dokie. Oh, there's a note back here. These sigils are becoming harder to reach. I dread the next temple holds in store. At the end, what? Eternal life? There's gotta be another way.
You're crazy.
Hey, give us a follow. We had anonymous follows here. If you'd like a personalized thank you, just say, hey, I followed in chat, and I'll thank you personally. Otherwise, feel free to keep lurking. Okay. So I wonder... if I do this... and then if I connect... let's see. Problem is I can't cross the streams here, so if I do that, thank you for the follow, PWVTV. Hopefully you're doing well. Oh, that just somehow doesn't cross the streams this time. I don't know why, but worked out. I will take it. What is over here? It is the beach. Huh, there's a computer over here. It's detected. Windows shut down to prevent damage to your computer. Okay. Oh. I'm gonna see if we can find an area with like a blue light or beam coming off of it that we might be able to shoot back in and get that star, but not seeing one. Okay. In here. Locked from inside. Okay. And I think we need to move that to over here. So that way we can hit it from this angle. Which has been the most difficult room thus far? I don't remember the name of most of them, to be honest. I would say the one that took us the longest might have been Deception. It's the only one I can really remember. One's difficult. Yeah, it was a little bit of a pain. Maybe because it was just trying to line the angles up. Like, I kind of knew what I was trying to solve, but getting the angles to do what I wanted them to do was a little bit more annoying. Okay, that one was relatively easy. Okay, what's this one? Trapped inside. Well, let's untrap it, shall we? Okay, I definitely did these out of order because this is like first how-to laser. Jesus Christ. Like, I did these super out of order. Okay, I think that's everything but the stars. I had a full-blown conversation with an entity in the archive today. Can't say it was terribly helpful. Still, perhaps I could turn some information out of it further down the line. What do you mean? Like, that was the simplest puzzle compared to the other puzzles we did. Like that was literally just like move a thing and like we were done. That was a super simple one compared to like the ones over there. So I like, I think the red ones are supposed to be more difficult puzzles than the green ones. So that was
Rejoice, child, for you have fulfilled all your tasks in this land. You have conquered all its guardians and solved all its mysteries.
No, I haven't.
Thus you are appointed its master, and you may do with it as you will.
Did the red one first? Yeah, I definitely did red ones. Definitely did these red ones before the green ones. Also, he's hiding stuff from us now, which is interesting. What is going on? What the hell? Okay. There's a bug in the system. I wonder if these are developed. Jesus Christ, that face. Uh-huh. Yeah. Recording Samsara, the Shepherd. Uh-huh. Elohim, there might be a bug in the system, friend. You might need to, update your software. I do not think I'm supposed to be here.
There are mysteries in my garden, hidden roads and secret gates. If you dedicate yourself to understanding them, you may join the host of messengers.
Okay. So this is what the stars unlock. Fortunately, we have not found most of the stars. Still missing stuff. Oh, this is supposed to be, I guess, a secret. Interesting. Huh.
You have proven yourself worthy, child, and this gate shall be forever open to you. Seek now the other worlds I have given you, that you may attain even greater mastery and bring glory to your kind.
Of course.
But remember, you must not ascend the great tower, for it shall bring death and the end of your generations.
So it's on the Great Tower. Got it. Do the exact opposite of what you're telling me. Also, I heard a computer. Athena 12. The Council of Zeus. The great bronze bulls pulled the carriage forward, mighty bursts of steam issuing from their nostrils. Finally, they came to the gates at the top of, I would assume, Olympus. Here assembled were all the many generation of the gods and demigods and souls immortal, steel and bronze and iron and the memory of flesh. The clouds parted far beneath, revealing the beautiful plains of Macedon, where great gleaming cities had once stood, maybe. Professor Armin Hulock, The Fall of the Roman Empire, a dialectical approach. Homo sum humani nihil a me alienum Pluto? Interesting. As perspectives of the decline and ultimate dissolution of the Roman Empire may be, they ultimately put too much emphasis on individual catastrophic events. The real question that must be asked is why the Roman Empire, which had dealt with so many threats and catastrophes over the years, was so incapable of responding to these later problems. We must investigate the division of wealth, the structure of government, the location of power in the Roman society. Had the Roman Republic survived or been restored, would Rome still have fallen? What was the role of debt and slavery in creating the conditions for what we now call the Dark Ages? Rome, the saying goes, was not built in a day. It didn't fall in a day either. To register for a class, please email. What? That's actually funny. That's really funny. It says Rome, as the saying go, was not built in a day. It didn't fall in a day either. So the second half of that phrase actually contradicts that last sentence. So the full phrase is Rome was not built in a day. The second half of that phrase, but it burned in one. So the second half of that phrase actually contradicts that last sentence, which is really funny. Anyways, if you didn't know, there is a second part to that phrase. Rome was not built in a day, but it burned in one. I'm assuming that's the tower we're not supposed to climb. Looks super inviting. Oxyrhynchus. Great irony of the papyri is that such a vital source of information about the ancient world exists only because of a garbage dump. While the Library of Alexandria burned at the hands of the fanatics and conquerors, depriving us of unimaginable insights into history, philosophy, and art, the papers carelessly thrown away by the citizens of Oxyrhynchus survived to the modern day. And though it is true, the great deal of what we know today is because of the conscious efforts of individual and organizations, such as the spectacular translation and preservation work done during the Islamic Golden Age. So much more is simply the result of coincidence and luck. We've lost texts that the ancients considered to be absolutely essential, while utterly trivial, even plagiarized work has survived unharmed. So if we want our descendants to remember more than glittering emo vampires and auto-tuned teen pop stars, we have to invest in make sure that... Wow. That is... shots fired, I guess. Book of Osiris. The Book of the Scribe Osiris, sometimes also referred to as the Book of the Journey of Aru, is the ancient Egyptian text discovered in the excavation of Oxyrhynchus. It has caused as a certain degree of controversy among Egyptologists, as some argue that it is a classical funerary text such as the Book of Coming Forth by Day, while others believe it is a poetic work not intended to be understood literally. The book tells the story of a dying man who asks a scribe about the afterlife. The scribe, the servant of Osiris, describes how man's Ka, life force, will become separated from his Ba, personality, and how he will have to reunite the two and become an Ankh? No, because it doesn't have an N. Ak. I guess it's an Ak. Living intellect, passing a series of trials in the Duat, underworld, in order to reach the paradise of Aru. Unlike similar texts, the Book of the Scribe of Osiris focuses less on giving advice or... A recent study, Carnahan Hassan, suggests that the text may have been intended as a philosophical commentary on the world of the living through the allegory of the Duat. It remains unclear whether this was an intent of the original pre-Alexandrian author or a result of the later translation into Greek. The earlier manuscript, which is considered to be more authentic, is too fragmentary to provide answers, though perhaps further excavation may... And it stops. Okay. So we can get in here. Alright. Put that there. Put that there. That's not gonna work. Okay. There we go. Making a clip of this? Clip of what? Down we go.
A new land stands before you, my child. And know that this is a land of death, but also great beauty.
Wow.
As
That's
you
super
walk
inviting.
amongst these tombs, consider all those who came before you, and how they served the greater purpose of which you are also part.
Ah, so the first one, the theme was Grecian. This one seems to be Egyptian in theme. Got it.
I have promised you eternal life. But know that eternity may only be attained by those who serve a purpose.
Finally getting some sense of the
greater
entity
than
in the
themselves.
archive, though, at least at the
All
cost of some of
else
my
is
sanity.
decay.
I'm beginning to think that this Elohim wields no more control over the world than we
Before
do.
the beginning of time.
Tell me something. Do you always do as you're told? No. I only ask because I couldn't help but notice a stash of brightly colored knickknacks you're collecting. Don't you think it is a mite odd that I haven't heard that in a long time. A mite odd that is a big voice in the sky keeps telling you to find those doodads, yet forbidding you to use them to climb the great big tower in the middle of it all? I'll climb when I'm getting ready. Okay, no need to get huffy. You'd be amazed how many just do as they're told without stopping to think for themselves. But maybe you're different. Then again, maybe you're exactly the same. Maybe everyone climbs the tower, and the only way to win is to stay down here with the mortals. You really think so? Nope. In fact, I'm all in favor of poking about up there, if only to see what you find. Must be something juicy if it's forbidden by His Highness. Then again, maybe not. I'll be off then. Just wanted to drop in and run a little interference. Whatever you do, do take care. You have bigger problems than the voice in the clouds. Don't like to say his name, do you? Osiris. I don't have a Discord, BWV. And if you made a clip, it'll show up in my clips. So, the dying man went unto the scribe who resided in Meged and said, "Behold, I am weak of body. My days under the holy sun of Amun-Ra are coming to an end. Though I have spent my years in service of the two lands, I have not studied the... Tell me, who are wise in the writings of the dead? What lies ahead on my journey? What will I face in the land of the Westerners?" The scribe spoke, saying, "At the appointed time." It's likely the location was changed according to who the copy of the book was made for. The dying man is the avatar of the owner. In the older manuscript, this rendered as some controversy as to whether the dead compare it with Kinti and Mentui, the foremost of the Westerners, the title later given to Osiris, sometimes mistaken for a mistranslation on Budge's part. This is actually almost certainly a mistranslation by the ancient scribe. Equivalent portion of the older manuscript is sadly not extant. Alright, give me just a second. Alright, just check to make sure everything's still working over there. Got it. Lyrics. Cannot load video file. 24 million views. My new song with lyrics. Gotta laugh about this stuff. Laughter is the best medicine. I've got it, you've got it, he's got it, she's got it. Okay. A lot of people got it. Immortality. Disgruntlemeister Blogdisty? Episode 204. What a mouthful. I I don't know about everyone else, but I'm afraid of dying. I don't see any reason to believe there's an afterlife. An organism like any other. When my brain stops working, my consciousness will cease, and I will be gone. And you know what? I can't just embrace that I can't say I'm okay with it, or I've accepted it, or some nonsense like that. I don't want to have an ending. It terrifies me. If I had a genie right now, I'd wish for immortality. Who wouldn't? Oh, but you wouldn't really want to be immortal. The pseudo-philosophers say. Pretentious drivel. Everybody wants to live forever. Maybe everybody deserves to live forever too. But we can't, so we are here. Live with it. Or rather, don't. Interesting. Alright. Okie dokie. Sorry, just checking around here. Hello? Something about a star. Ah, see. There's a star in the middle and does not look like... Uh-huh. Okay, so that will work. Okay, so we'll need to be able to get a red beam in here somewhere. Now the question is can you shoot a beam? Out there. Welcome back. Something about a star. So we'll have to come back to that once we figure out how to get a red beam in there. Litchi palm tree. Window through a door. Okay. So I think I'm about to test my theory here. How rude. Okay, so you can shoot lasers through doorways. That actually made a box float. Seriously, it was awesome. Wonder if that's a hint for something. Okay. Welcome back from ads. Hopefully. Are we back from ads? Looks like we still got a little bit of time left on ads. I understand this one. I figured I'd try some progress here, but honestly, such a thankless task compared to what else is out there. Okay. Okay. That's what I thought was going to happen. No, welcome back from ads. Now ads are officially over. Okay. It's too salty. Ah, the quiche. That's unfortunate. So we need to get this door open. But the problem is that that door takes forever to open. See, this one just takes forever, right? There's no way with that thing. I can't stop it. You would think it'd have something to do with this. Not worrying Elohim's gonna kill you, apparently. Somehow, gotta get it to that corner there. Am I missing something? Nope. Just these. Let's see. This base game? Yes, it's just base game. I mean, I have the gold edition, which has the road, but we're just playing the base game. Wait. No, it goes all the way over there. Oh yeah, that's way too slow. So there has to be something to either stop that guy or keep him from breaking the line. Remember, this part might be we're in the second area, so this is the B area. First area was like a Greek-inspired place, and this is the Egyptian-inspired place. Interesting. If we could get this, like, up, it would go over.
If the answer does not come to you, do not despair. The worlds of my garden are many.
See, I feel like it has to do with this, but I'm not quite sure how. Because, like, I can't... Unfortunately, you can't shoot it through fences, otherwise you could just do that, but it doesn't go through fences. Just can't like shoot it at these things, just blow them up. Speaking of blowing up, dude just beat the snot out of me. Okay, interesting. This is a mechanic I didn't run into before. So we've created a circuit here. Huh. Hmm. Okay, that doesn't work. It has to be... No, it has to be another one of these. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Okay. I feel like the solution should be obvious. I'm just not seeing it. Needs a portal gun? Yeah, apparently. Apparently I need a portal gun. Okay. I'm gonna assume it has something to do with this window. Okay, that did not really help me. The problem is I'm just doing the same thing over again. Is there a place where I can put this to see through the window and... Wait, can I put... Does this... Hold on. Does this put it above it? Oh, it's like right... It's so close. Looks like you could almost do it. But no, that doesn't count. Okay. Man, this one's gotten really difficult. Hmm. Let's come back to that one. We'll come back to that one. Let's do other ones, and maybe they'll give us kind of a hint on what we're looking for. Okay. Oh, sneaky. Okay. Okay. So not only are we gonna have to it's gonna be fun. Oh, maybe there'd be a laser in there, but and we'll need something here. Great. Yeah, I guess they've stopped messing around. Hmm. Aha. Okay. That has a box on its head. You probably go blow up the turret, and then you'll drop the box, and then I gotta jump over the thing. I need the box. Once I jump over the fence, I'll need a way back over. That one was not too difficult. Road of Death. Well, there's a ladder right here. And a button. Why don't I just avoid the road? Can't climb while carrying an item. That would be why. Or does that sound like a pleasant place? No, no, it does not. Oh, I know what I have to do. Boop. Grab that. Boop. Okay, so all the other ones were...
Cease!
You good?
In the time of your ancestors, there were those who did not choose the path of faith. You do not need to fear their ghosts. Fear only that you may become like them.
Alright. He was not having a good day. Okay. So this is still... This is still where we're stuck. So all the other ones were pretty simple. This is... So I feel like I might be over complicating this one. Road to Death, yeah. I feel like I'm overcomplicating this one. So how do I get a beam over here? That's the thing, is I need a beam here. right? I don't see anything up high we can bounce it off of. They do have these little, like, helpful hint things that we've never used. These altars somewhere. Thought I saw one. I guess they're not in all of them. Maybe they were only in the first areas. See, it says a window through a door, which is a reference to this, right? But the only way we can open this door is with this. We can't shoot lasers through the gate. We can't shoot lasers through this either. See, like, if I could block him and get it around, that would be great. The problem is I can't do that. Okay. This opens this. I can't see that from here. And I can't see that from here. And of course, like I said, this doesn't work because it doesn't give you enough time. Because that takes forever to fill up and that guy blocks it. The only thing I could think of is... yeah, so that cuts off too early. See, and the problem is we can't go through here. Like, I don't... Man, it sucks because I know this has like a really simple solution to it. Can I put it on his head? No. I know I can block him with it, but it just doesn't... Like, if he was further this way, that'd be great, but, like, they thought of that, right? Because they have these walls. And, like, I thought maybe, like, they had something out there that you could, like, bounce it off of, or something in here. See if I can glitch this guy out. Probably not. Yeah, man, I'm stumped, dude. Like this is crazy. It's like there anything I can send it? Because like this opens up when you complete it, but what's weird is like why do they have the ladder and this? That's really weird. They have two things that. Can I not stand on these? No, you can't. That's interesting. Huh. So that's when feeling stuck. You can hold X to reset. Okay. Good to know. Alright, so this is how the puzzle is originally set up. There's that in there. This in here. That's there, that's there. That's there. Don't. Because, like, all this lets us do is grab this, right? And again, this is just, it's far too... far too slow to do that. It gets to like right here and then it stops. So this is obviously not the solution. But there's no way we can open this door and shoot a laser through unless I'm missing, because the thing is they might be trying to teach us a mechanic here, right? They might be trying to teach us a mechanic here of somehow shooting something through here and opening this. In which case, we need to learn that mechanic. If that is the case. If that's not the case, they might be teaching us something with these things.
When the truth will not reveal itself, perhaps it is best to seek it in another place.
Yeah, Elohim's over here like, hey, go somewhere else. Like, no, Elohim, I'm gonna stay here. Bite me. It's interesting that, like, before they had, like, little places where you could get hints or something. It doesn't seem like this, they don't have... It doesn't have those places anymore. I guess that was only for the first area. See, like, I thought maybe we could body block this guy. You can't do that. I thought maybe, like, we could create kind of like a repeater type thing by doing this. So, like, I thought, like, maybe by doing that, you could do... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. This one's stumping me. I have no idea. I feel like it should be obvious, but it really isn't. And this is just a yellow one. Like, this is a required thing. Like, I feel like, again, I feel like there's supposed to be some mechanic we're supposed to know. The hint story, if that's backseating. What? You talking about these things? Or are you trying to say that there's hints in the game? Because I can't. Because this is the last piece we need to get the fans, which I'm guessing is a requirement for. They're actually... Oh, the hints are in the red zones. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like this one's supposed to be obvious, but I feel like it's because we're missing a mechanic. I'm gonna create a little altar for this guy. See, I feel like it has something to do with this, right? The fact that he can cross a stream and not break the thing. Because it's sending it in two different directions. Hold to reset. Okay. Okay. So I feel like we have to get the one out of here, right? See, why is this one here? Is this just... Is that just there just to be like, okay, that's where one of them are? Because this one's called a door with a hole, or a door in a hole, or something like that, right? Like that. This one references that area. And I feel like that's the only way to get around it. Like, what is this called? A window through a door. Right? A window through a door. Yeah, I really feel like there's some mechanic I missed with these things that I'm not understanding. See, how did, like, I tried that so many times before. How does it work that time? Okay, see, this is the mechanic I was talking about. I don't understand how that works. How does this work? So, we shoot the laser from here. It hits that, it opens the door. Okay. And it hits this one, which hits this one. But then we can take this out of the circuit. How? Is it because the circuit also connected these two? Okay, so we're gonna do some testing here. We're gonna break this to figure this out, because this is what I was talking about. There was a mechanic we're missing. This is the mechanic we're missing. So if I just do this and this, it'll keep breaking. Right? No, because it completes a circuit. But if I do this, it will. Okay. So if I do that and that and that, it doesn't break because it completes a circuit. Because the three things are completed. Now if I add this to the circuit, now the circuit includes this. So I can remove this one. Because now this is a part of the circuit. Okay, see, this is what I was talking about. So what's happening is it's creating a flow of power. And this is again, this is why I needed to learn this. So this is creating a flow of power that's going this way, right? It hits this and it hits this. However, it's also creating a flow of power that goes here back to that. But that is also creating a flow of power that's going this way and back to that and back to that. So it's creating a closed circuit. So if we close a circuit with these in both directions, it looks like it has to be in both directions. So because the circuit closes this way and this way, we can now remove this. See, I knew it had to do with this room. Because now we can do this. Okay. That's the mechanic we needed to learn. If you have a circuit, it has to be completely closed. Because I had tried that multiple times, where it was connecting this and this and this. What I was missing was, I think I was missing this connection. So I was connecting this door to this thing, but I wasn't connecting this thing to that thing. So I needed to connect it there and here. So I needed to do the whole circuit. But it's important that you learn the mechanic, right? Like that, because I'm guessing later on they're going to expect you to know how that exact thing works. Now we have a fan, whatever that's gonna be for. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that took a while, but that's because, again, we were learning a mechanic. Is this the fan? I'm guessing this is the fan. Alright. This. Can't do that. There we go. Now unlocked fan. Hate these Tetris puzzles? They're not too bad. I never really had too much issue with them. We've unlocked CPU fan. Next, we will unlock, I don't know, monitor. Looks like, I don't know. Alright. Well, friends, as much as... as long as that took us, fortunately, that is where we are going to have to call it a stream. So, like I said, our week is pretty laid out for us. We will have one more stream tomorrow of either this or Citizen Sleeper. I'll decide tomorrow, depending on how I'm feeling. And then Wednesday evening, we will be starting our playthrough of Fatal Frame 2 Crimson Butterfly Remake. It looks like, let me double check the store page, make sure it says what it said before. Yes, 1 day, 16 hours. So that will be Wednesday. So that, yeah, 1 day, 16 hours, maybe? Maybe I'm doing my math wrong. No, it says March 11th. Anyways, we're going to be doing some Crimson Butterfly when that comes out. And then the plan after that, again, this is just kind of the order of things we're going to be doing stuff. Obviously, the days might get mished and mashed around as I do my medical appointments and everything, but it's going to be Fatal Frame 2 Remake. Once we finish that, Clock Tower, we're going to do our series playthrough. Once we finish that, we're going to rotate horror games and Friends Favorite Retro, try to finish up Friends Favorite Retro. And then after that, we'll talk about where I'm at medically, where we're at schedule-wise, and figure out what we're doing next. We might pop in some Last Epoch in there. When they do their update, we might not. I don't know. We'll see where we're at. And if anything else gets announced that we're interested in, then we'll pop that onto the schedule. But I'll keep you posted with all of that stuff. as we come to it. Like I said, tomorrow it will either be more of this or more Citizen Sleeper. We'll probably try to finish up both of these games, Citizen Sleeper and Talos Principle, at some time in the future, even if we don't finish them um, sometime in the more recent future. Just because I don't like leaving games unfinished unless I'm not having fun with them. And although Talos Principles seems like it is going to be a very interesting puzzle game, I like puzzle games. I don't mind struggling on puzzle games. They don't frustrate me or anything like that. It's just one of those that I gotta really dial in and go, okay, what is this? What does this thing want from me? If you watched our playthrough of The Witness, it was very much like this, where we would sit there and go, okay, we have to interact with this. We have to do this. Where do we go from here? So I love puzzle games. We've played a lot of puzzle games on the channel. The only reason I needed help with The Witness was at the very end, because the puzzle moved around a pole. It gave me motion sickness, so I had to have chat solve the final puzzle of The Witness because I legitimately could not look at the screen. So it wasn't that the puzzle was difficult; it was just that I was going to throw up. Like legitimately, I felt like I was going to throw up. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we don't get something like that with the Talos Principle. Um, but anyways, all that being said, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you again, Jason Plays, for the raid. And thank you everybody else for just hanging out with us. Again, we'll be back tomorrow. If you haven't already, please do hit the follow button, or if you're over there on YouTube, the subscription button. Both are completely free and help the channel out tremendously. Also, feel free to share us out with your friends, your family, your Discord communities. We are family friendly here, except when we do collabs. Everyone is welcome as long as they are kind. That is it. That is the only prerequisite. Also, a follow and a subscription will let you know when we go live. We usually go live around 10 p.m. Central Time US. If you're not sure what time that's for you locally, down in the panels there's an extension, as well as the Twitch schedule should let you know when we go live for your time zone. Does the maths, you don't have to. And finally, if you miss any of our playthroughs, I've been doing this for five and a half, almost 5.5, actually, now I think about it. Close to over 5 years. I've been streaming for almost over 5 years. So if you want to check out all the stuff we've done puzzle games, we've done horror games, we've done variety, tons of stuff over 5 years. All of that is on our YouTube. If you're here on Twitch, the link should be at the top of chat. If you're on YouTube, you're already there. Go check out the live, the videos, the playlists. Basically everything should be in playlists. Go check out that stuff. Really, like I said, a lot of stuff. There was a time where we spent, like, I think close to, like, most of a month playing, nothing but puzzle games. It was a lot of puzzle games. Played a lot of puzzle games. But anyways, remember to take care of yourself mentally and physically. Both are very important. Remember to stay hydrated. And as always, remember, we can make the world a better place. And all you have to do is be kind. Let's find someone to raid. Also by YouTube. Let's find someone to raid. Let's see. All right, who